Hello there. Oh, this thing is still... It's not a nice transition. This will. We do this? Huh? Okay, we still got that thing. Hi, it's me, Scott. How are you today? I have not streamed for some time. Like two weeks or more? It's been some time. I got this project, it takes a lot of time. It's like a jobby job. I've got 2 more weeks on it, and the last 2 weeks are going to be even more dense, but it happens. It just happens. And then last week, anyway, whatever. Hi, it's me. What's up? What's up with you today? I have decided to move out of this apartment because I just cannot deal with the beer garden anymore. And I need to, I don't know, it's scary. The world is still scary, but I do probably need to travel for work soon. I got my second shot last week. So in a week, I'll be like a vaccinated person, which will be nice. Still kind of worried though, because the treatments I'm on compromise my immune system somewhat. And so I'm not entirely, I can't be fully confident. I can't be totally sure about my immune status, but I have to re-enter the world at some point. And if I'm going to Pennsylvania, at least their numbers look pretty good. So I don't know, man. It's tricky. You just try to do the right thing. So the thing we're going to do today is, I don't know. What are we going to do today? The thing I should do today is work on volume 1. I don't really want to, but I feel like before I'm going to leave Portland again in a few weeks and be gone for a while. I just need to wrap it up, I think. We just got to do it. We've got a nice heat voting overlay, which it's got too many browser sources. Is it this one? It was a tie. It came in as a tie. Yeah, so I don't know. I haven't streamed for a couple weeks, so I'm a little rusty. It just happens quickly. Don't look at that. Oh, gee whiz. Okay. That is work stuff. Don't show the work stuff. Let's do this instead. And I think I might have just closed a file I shouldn't have closed, but what are you going to do? Do one of these? We need wallpaper. That's the important thing here, obviously. Brown mountain range under cloudy sky, it says on Splash. And we got a bird. A very long description. Not feeling this wallpaper so far. That's nice. Let's go there. There's penguins. Beautiful. This is I believe this is in Sagrada Familia? La Sagrada Familia? In Bartha, is that right? Doesn't say. This says the auto tagging is low angle photography of white structure. I think this is in La Sagrada Familia. I could be wrong, but it's beautiful. I'm into it. Not into that so much. Some squiggly lines, not really feeling it. That's cool though. Kind of like this one. That's not what I want though. It's just not. It's a pretty picture. Beautiful. I gotta get into the world. I haven't been in the world for a long time. I've been in this room for a year. You can't live on wallpaper alone, like the old saying goes. So there's not a saying that says that. We're just waiting for it to hit me, just waiting for I like the tones of this picture. Some beautiful palm trees, a beautiful sunny day. Some buildings, says Smit Patel. More palm trees. Mexico. Mm-hmm. Nice secret beach. Okay, we're gonna go with this. We're gonna get a lot of control here. Okay, so the thing is, where did we end on Volume 1? We released a version to the Google Play Store. Nobody cares, except for like I told one person about it. As far as being a functioning thing, I guess let's just try to find our list of where we were. I mean, to honest truth, I don't really want to work on this. I don't. But it's like, I don't know. I don't think it's going to move the needle in any way, like in any meaningful way. I don't know that I will gain anything by completing this project, except for like the completion of the project. You know, like it's almost it's the reward is just having a thing that is done, which is not a totally insignificant thing, you know, to have a thing. Where do you think it is? Probably over here, and here, and here, and here, and here. Oh yeah, why did I do that? I should just open it in Unity. Obviously. Wait, okay, hang on. Almost did it again. You know, weird. Duraj, how's it going? How you feeling, man? It's been a weird couple of weeks for me with like, I don't like very many things. I'm basically a grumpy person, and there's not a ton of things I like. And in recent weeks, it just happens that some of the things I like have dramatically changed. Like the Giant Bomb cast, which for years has been one of my favorite things. 3 of the core people, of the like core Giant Bomb people, departed. And I was actually super bummed about 2 of those 3 people leaving. One of them, not so much, but 2 of them, pretty bummed about it. And then yesterday, I found out that another thing that I like, the Imaginary Advice podcast, also, it's not going away forever, but it's going on hiatus. And that was another thing. I was like, yeah, bummer. That's a thing that I liked. Kyle, how's it going? Thanks for the sub, man. Do I do anything other than coding? Sure. Sometimes music, sometimes visual design. But this thing is like 96% done. I feel like I just gotta finish it. I gotta finish it. Draj, what should I do instead? Should I sing instead? How many people are using Heat too? I don't know. Interesting question. We can check. We can get on Cloudflare and see how many people are clicking. There is a way that's not very good. The Twitch API does give a way to look and see how many people. I mean, I'm kind of always just chatting, even when I'm working on stuff, aren't I? I feel like I'm always just chatting. What do you want to chat about? Okay, so we want what? Workers? Workers. The last 24 hours, 150,000 clicks? 27 errors, that's not good. It's not good at all. Unless that was maybe people like trying to do things they shouldn't, so maybe it's good that I have some errors. So what, we want to say like the last 2 weeks? When did we actually launch? What is today? So if we did something like, I don't really understand this thing. Maybe you could only do the last week. Okay, for the last week. Well, this will just do the number of clicks, which would show engagements, you know, which is maybe arguably a better metric than how many channels installed. Just because there could be a ton of channels where it's installed, but people aren't actually using it. So this is, it's not really one, it's not totally 1-to-1 in terms of clicks, but it's also not 2-to-1. It's kind of somewhere at the middle, I think. So we got hundreds of thousands of clicks in the last week, which is not bad. There is a thing. Okay, so as far as knowing channels installed, I don't know if we can see. I don't know if we can see all channels that have it installed. I think we can maybe see who is streaming right this minute with it turned on. What's annoying is the way we have to do that. So I think it's this. Is it this? So as far as channels right now, here's the thing that sucks, is we can ask Twitch for this, but we can only do it one page at a time. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 per page. Is that right? That'd be a weird number. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 9. So there's 9 on page 1. And if I do this, it should be page 2. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then a new cursor. So maybe there's only 15 people right this minute streaming. Like this is not good. This is not, oh no, here's more people. So I don't understand. Like, why is there a different number per page? That doesn't make very much sense. So this is just another example, unless there's just some other endpoint that I don't know about, which is possible, is of the Twitch API being really dumb and not making very much sense. Like, why wouldn't there just be a thing that showed me total number? So that was like 4 pages, 5 pages, so like 50, under 50, I would say, people using it right now. Axio, how's it going? Honestly, I haven't even thought about Heat 2.0 in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I haven't streamed at all because I've been working on this other thing. But I don't think I can quite talk about it yet, but it's an interesting thing. So it seems like people are using it, maybe not to a huge degree, but there's been hundreds of thousands of clicks. At the moment, it seems like there's no big streams using it. I didn't see any here that were, they were almost all under 10 viewers. I think I saw one that had 137, American Truck Simulator. But mostly seems to be in use by very small channels at this exact minute. There's a 12. Hey, that's me. Look, it's me. It's my own self. Tabletop Bellhop Sunday brunch. So yeah, so I got to we got to finish this job I'm working on. It's supposed to finish by, yeah, in some cases, yes. So in some cases, people just use like whatever, Kisses or Heat Map or whatever. The people that seem most interested in it, at least as far as like interest that comes back to me, is people, there've been a fair number of people who wanted to do stuff with Touch Designer and figuring out ways to integrate Touch Designer with it. Just looking at the list that we just looked at, I would say that you're probably right, because those seemed like they were primarily, I don't know, there's a makers and crafting, so maybe that person's really using it. But all the ones that are games, I would imagine they're just using like out of the box, you know, Kisses or whatever. Two weeks, yeah, the 23rd will be the end of this particular work for hire project, but then I'm going to put all my stuff in storage. This is my plan, at least, if all goes well. Put all my stuff in storage again and skip Portland, and I got to go to Pittsburgh for 3 or 4 weeks because they're finally reopening. And so all this exhibit work I've done for them, you know, all the stuff I did last year and even really was working on in 2019 has not seen the light of day yet, really. And you just cannot be sure that things are going to work in the Children's Museum until children touch it, because they will destroy everything. We could IRL in Pittsburgh. I could show the I think that would actually be fine. I think I can show all that stuff. Stuff I've been doing, some Pixar stuff, and some and this other big exhibit I built, and I could talk about how that worked. Sure. Absolutely do that. Okay, somebody's got to finish this. And no elves have come in the night to do so. So as far as the things in here that I was saying were like critical things, we definitely have some color conforming to do. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna say like the one that is the two that need the most attention right now, that is not just like polish stuff, but is like actually needs work, would be fade and line. Ring is still a problem. Yeah, man, I don't know. Fall. Kind of lost the thread on this a little bit just because I haven't thought about it in so long. But here's what I know, or what I think I know. What I think I know is that the one that I'm actually least pleased with right this minute, like the one this minute that makes me think like that's not very good, is this. So we had landed on, I think we were just experimenting with these buttons and I did not like them. Is the music loud today? Or does it seem like it's the normal volume? Heat 2.0. Some stuff is open and some stuff is secret. And I mean, it's kind of silly for me to keep it secret since I wrote it entirely on stream, and so somebody could recreate it. But it's less about that and more just like It's just not intended to be a thing that other people take and use. Like it's just not. So I don't know. I don't know quite what to think about that because I don't want to support it as a thing that other people are gonna, whatever, build on or add on or whatever. It's not really that kind of a project. All audio fine, says Kyle. Cool. So like some stuff, like all the front end of stuff is of course open. The stuff that actually lives on Twitch is closed. It could be open. And all the new worker stuff, so basically the Heat 2.0 worker stuff right now is all private, even though I did write it all publicly on stream. I don't know. I'm not totally averse to opening that if someone was interested in really looking at it, but I'd have to think about how I want to license it. I mean, it's not like it's the most huge, complicated thing on Earth, but I don't know. I gotta think about that a little bit. Okay, so here's the thing. This is just straight up like a UI UX problem, and I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with it. I think it's because each of these little dudes was designed and executed in isolation and kind of had all their own rules. And so we just, over those weeks we were working on this, just decided, let's just take those rules and conform them all so it's clear, randomized previous, conform them all to a subset of functionality. And mostly that worked. I think mostly that was a successful-ish endeavor. This one was a problem. And this one was a problem in terms of they had very specific pieces of UI. Even this one to some extent. Although we kind of cheated this one. This one still has some dumb problems. like velocity wise, is not very good. We were thinking about adding dragging to this instead of just clicking, because we currently don't have a way to change the direction. Yeah, so just a lot of little things like that that are annoying and not very fun to deal with, frankly. But this is the most egregious, right? So sometimes when I'm working on a project like this, I just want to pick the thing that is most glaringly broken, and these buttons are just like goofy, hacked in issues. So the actual underlying issue here is that we can have two tempos on the top and the bottom. And I think it's important. I think that like actually is where a lot of the musicality comes from, is that you can kind of have these opposing tempos. So I think that's good. It's just, what is the user experience, especially looking at everything else where there's so little, it really works to not have, you know, UI up here, buttons up here. It's like the thing is the thing. You touch whatever the thing is, and that's how it works. That was weird. Wait, how did I manage that? So in these other cases, in general, it's like a more tactile thing. You touch the interface to make a thing happen. You're not just, with the exception of these control buttons, you're not just touching a button to do the thing. Interesting that one doesn't clear. Maybe there's just lots of little bugs, I think. So the real question becomes, what is the right interface? This interface I'm pretty okay with. I don't love the look of it relative to the rest of the application. But it's a question of like, how do you set the speed? Like, what's the right answer for that? And again, the very obvious, silly answer that I don't like is that there's just a separate interface on the top and the bottom. For doing that. But I don't think there's a way to say like, oh, we'll interact with each of these bars to set the tempo. You could maybe imagine that where you click them and it like changes their individual duration. But we do like the idea of an overall stop and start, you know, because that's just something we have everywhere else. I guess we could always clear, and clear would always reset. In fact, we don't necessarily always have an overall stop and start, do we? Other than just clear. So that is an interesting point. Although you might want to still be able to just have one going, so I think it is worthwhile to be able to pick those. So I would propose that we have kind of like, clear is not working here. I wonder where that is. Clear should also set the tempo to nothing. Right? I don't know how this project works. How does it work? In here, right? Oof. Very nested. The double click, well, there were two pieces. One where there was right click, and that was the thing I was really considering. Double click, I did not consider. So the very original version of Heat did disable people's ability to double click and scale, and people seemingly didn't like that. I hate it. I never want that to happen. I think it's the single biggest thing that kind of compromises Heat's functionality is is that double click, but I didn't want to, since I wanted to get this new version up, I didn't want to put in anything that would jeopardize that and keep it in review, because the review is dumb. Like if you're like, 2 weeks ago or whenever it was, I just had to run a stream all day for 2 days to get them to approve. So adding a toggle is definitely an option, but then the question is kind of where is it? Because the user doesn't necessarily get a UI for Heat beyond the one that Twitch provides. So beyond the one that Twitch provides. Is that what my voice sounds like? Gross. So, you get this thing up here. That is the overlay UI that Twitch gives Heat. But we can't do anything to this, which is lame, because it'd be nice to just add a checkbox here or something that was like enable or disable full screen. So if it doesn't go here, which it can't, either it goes down here as like a secondary panel for the extension, which would be possible, could do that, or it's some additional overlay that goes up here, and we can't use anything in this top this top percentage of the screen, or this bottom percentage of the screen, or some part of over here is also not allowed. So like, it's yeah, I don't exactly know where I would put it. It's interesting with the way it's designed is that you do get a custom config panel for the broadcaster, but I don't think there's anything like a custom config panel for the client. No. A component extension. So like, I'm not sure how much you can mix and match here, actually. A component extension displays as part of the video, taking part of the screen. So it's like a thing. What are we looking at here? Yeah, I get it. I don't know. I was not part of that process. I just know that Twitch changed it on their end. Like, I was not. They changed it so that the default is not to allow. And so I guess I could the support options are not great. It's really like my options are try it and then see if Twitch rejects it. Making it an option sounds best to me in some ways, but I just don't know where to put that option. The component extension idea is interesting. I don't know if you can be an overlay and chat. I mean, chat is fully. Chat has no connection to extension land at all, so I would have to build that. But again, I don't think it's the broadcaster's choice. Like, I think, in fact, Axio, you have very strong opinions about that, right? About being able to double click and make your make the videos full screen. There are definitely people who use that feature across Twitch, and so I don't think I would make it a broadcaster. Where is the thing that lets you say what the... Where is the thing? Configuration. Maybe it's So I think that would have to be a user choice, and then it's just a question of where do you expose that choice to the user, and how do you store that choice for the user. So in here, capabilities. I can't remember how you do it. Where's that thing? Somewhere you set the what the thing does. Basically, like you set. Maybe I can't do that because that one's deployed. Actually, it said right there, didn't it? Full screen and mobile. So like, where do you change that? I don't like this developer experience. Where the heck is the thing? Where is the thing that lets you say? Good grief. Is it in the rig? Is it just based on what files you create? It may just be like you create the files and having them there or not is how you do the thing. Like if the files are there, they work. A panel extension is the easy option, but that gets annoying because then it could, I don't know. Actually, maybe it doesn't. I was going to say it might show up on mobile, but maybe it doesn't. I don't actually know about, I'm not sure that component extensions existed when I first started Heat. I don't know. Is this really all the information? Okay, is there seriously... Like, how do I say that I can also have... Like, if it supported other stuff, it would appear here. But what I'm trying to determine is if you can do that. Like, if you even can have... one extension that has an overlay and a panel. I'm pretty sure you can have a panel and an overlay, but I'm not sure about a component and an overlay since they sit in the same place. I don't know. I'm not gonna look at it now. I don't plan to work on Heat in the near term, maybe in a few months. But the short answer is there's not a super obvious convenient way to do it. I mean, I could do, I have the whole overlay, so I could do whatever I wanted in the overlay. So I could make it, when you mouse over to use Heat, there's a little settings thing that comes up or whatever that is the Heat settings. And then you could click that and then like inside the view have some little UI to be able to configure. That would, I guess, be the way to do it. I don't love that. Okay, so how come when you cleared, we have a track clear. But track clear is not setting. So I guess we just need to set these. Something like that. Ooh, enter some secret codes. I mean, an explicit way to do it would be good. So how about this? Like if we did monetize and we did have bits, which we decided would be super annoying because the Twitch API is so bad, um, we would need some kind of panel anyway to expose the purchase of bits and stuff. And that would either be a separate panel or a in-browser overlay-ish kind of thing. So if we ever did that, we would just add configuration options to there. That's assuming I can even do it, right? That's even assuming that like I have the capability because it is such a sandboxed thing. I don't even know if I could. You'd have to try to like prevent defaults on the events going through, and I don't know with Twitch's like super sandbox iframe if that would even be possible, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, it could be that they removed it. I'm not saying, to be clear, I'm not saying like they specifically removed it because 1,000 people complained about heat specifically, but it did happen shortly after, and I wondered if they just, in general, did it because of, that was a broader problem with overlays in general, is that overlays were causing an issue. Okay, so if we randomize you, now clear stops, so that's a little less broken. Okay, I'm really, I don't know what's wrong with me that I cannot decide the right decision here. Okay, let's just boil down our options here. We probably want to say, it probably makes sense to keep having a split thing, right? So it's either, so in other words, that you can control the top and you control the bottom independently. That means either it goes above and below, like we have it here, or it goes on the side and there's a top half and a bottom half, which is how it was originally. The thing I don't necessarily like about that top half, bottom half thing is, you know, you can slide all these down here and then it's not a top half and bottom half anymore. So, you know, you could be down here and now this lower button doesn't make as much sense because it's not corresponding to anything meaningful. And this top button and the bottom button are both next to pink. So that's a reason to advocate for the above and below. And then with the above and below, our two most obvious options are three, I guess. Either this whole thing is a button and you just tap it and it cycles through, or we have four options like we do currently, which feels a little weird, you know, because it almost seems like those correspond to, you know, this button goes to these two bars, this to these two bars, something like that, which is not the case. Or like it's a slider or something, but which again is like the weird relationship between those two. Does anybody else have any UI anymore? Not really. The tempo thing really is important on this one, so I also just don't love the look of this one, you know? Like it is really not very attractive. I think it is I think it's 4 buttons. And I think those buttons have 4 dots, and the dots are either empty, or one is full, or every other one is full, or all 4 is full. That's what I think it is. So let's just say that's what it is. So we did all this magic SVG stuff, which was interesting. We have all these individual SVGs. So where's our design files? This UI is the last kind of big thing that's just straight up a roadblock. Like functionally, this is just totally placeholder. So if we can do that today, hopefully in like an hour, that will be sort of the last thing that's kind of a major functionality roadblock. And then there's just a list of kind of nice to haves and whatever. And maybe I'll consider those nice to haves. Did 2020.4 come out? I don't think it did yet, right? Oh yeah, there's no 2020.4. 2020.3 is LTS now, right? I have so many versions of Unity installed. Because I have all these different projects that use different versions. Okay, yeah. So there's newer versions of that, but that's okay. So, your Flexbox text. Some flexi text. We'll consider it. But I definitely am gonna get through this first. So, projects 2021 interactive. Where are you? Design. This is fade. So I'm not quite sure how to design these because it's so different than the rest of our assets. I don't even remember what our rules were exactly. You know, kind of have different rules for how these work. But I guess we just figure it out, right? Won't we, Illustrator? Oh, look, it's fade. So, yes, what we want is so how big are these? 128, 128. I guess what we want is some double wide ones. Why are you the worst, Illustrator? Why are you so dumb? You just figure anything out. So that's not the same spacing. That's just annoying. So we want 4 of these, I guess. Wait, those aren't artboards. They're supposed to be artboards. Oh no. Okay. Why? These artboards. X0. Width 256, 128. It's annoying that drops me out of artboard land. Okay. Illustrator's just not very good. It's not good software. I don't think so. I think it automatically deploys, so it should work instantly. I did leave, for anybody that had custom stuff, I did like leave up the legacy server, quote unquote, for, it's costing me $7 a month or whatever. That would only be for people who were using Socket.io. So I'm not sure that that's actually any people. I mean, it was some people doing touch designer stuff, I think, but. So yeah, I should probably document that and actually try to figure it out and try to have a way to tell people, hey, this is not gonna be supported anymore. So we'll have 4 buttons. And I guess the buttons will be like, I don't really know. Sometimes stuff, sometimes things that should not be a roadblock can become a roadblock. And that's how I've been feeling about this particular Solidity thing. And also, I don't know, I'm pretty ambivalent about this project. Like, it's hard to sometimes justify and say, like, no, there's definitely a value in releasing this project just for the sake of releasing it. And I think there ultimately is. It's just sometimes it doesn't feel that way. Sometimes it just feels, oh, it didn't work at all. Sometimes it just feels tedious. But it's good to finish things. There's virtue in finishing things, I think. Have I ever made a phone app? This is a phone app for cellular telephones. Volatic has a phone version for cellular telephones. Are these gonna be circles? I don't know. My ability to make choices is ruined. Ostinato is an iPad-only app. My first phone app was Singing Star, but it was 32-bit, so it was forsaken by Apple. Also had I've got like a photo app that was kind of an experimental photo app that I didn't take far enough called Of the Muse. Is in the store. I hear so many people talk about things like this, and okay, let me think about how I want to describe this. So one, I will say I don't have direct experience with things like this. Like, I've never taught one of these things. I've taught lots of, like, in this specific kind of thing, I've taught a lot of workshops and classes and that kind of thing. Not that many classes, I guess, but workshops for code specifically. But I have done stuff more in like in design land that is kind of like this, like mentoring on places like Design Lab, which is sort of the design UI UX version of a code camp. My base reaction is like, you don't learn how to program in 6 weeks. You just don't. So I don't know. It's hard for me to say, I guess. Like, I mean, free certification. It's cool that it's free, but like in this case, but the free certifications are. I don't know that I would have confidence in hiring somebody who is like, I'm certified from this free website. You know. Now, is it useful? Like, yeah, I think so. I think it could be you got to start somewhere with anything you want to do. And so if you're just a person that's interested in one of these topics, like, sure. But I think people seem to, and again, I'm not speaking to this one specifically, but with other like coding boot camps or whatever, the notion that you will get a job straight from this seems really, I don't know about this. Like, I find this very hard to believe. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but the notion that you would just go through this and then suddenly get a job as a developer at Google seems impossible to me, sort of, but what do I know? Now, but does that mean like, yeah, so you could look at this and be like, well, I'm interested in one of these things, and then you can at least learn what that thing is, which is kind of the first step, you know? Like you may be thinking, oh, I'm like, oh, I want to code, which is, so the word code is whatever. As a verb, it's still a little weird to me. And people just think they want that and don't really know what it entails and don't know anything about it. So like, yeah, maybe this is a way to be like, oh, okay, I have a basic understanding of what this thing is. That doesn't mean I know how to do it. That doesn't mean I could accomplish something with it, but I have a basic understanding of what the like general rules and principles are. And that would hopefully tell me, am I interested in it? Like, do I think it's a good fit for me? So that could be good. But the notion that you like, I don't know, that you spend 300 hours and then you're a front-end web developer is like, I just don't think that's real. Wait, oh no, I missed a thing. Did you send me a thing? What was that thing? Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I don't know. I kind of hate that world. I don't consider myself a developer. Like in the way that is a job description, or software engineer, which I find to be kind of a ridiculous statement, or ridiculous phrase. So like, whatever, like this thing of, yeah, maybe that's useful. Maybe you get in there and you can go to Google and write a bubble sort on a whiteboard or whatever, I guess. I mean, it's you can go listen to Jonathan Blow or Casey Muratori complain about how nobody knows how to program now, and I don't think these are helping that problem. I mean, there's nothing on this list that is not a very high level program experience. Like you don't see, there's no C or C++ on this list anywhere, right? I mean, if you we're at a weird crossroad. You know, my instinct to respond to that was like, oh, you go get a CS degree. Like if that's the thing that you care about, and you are going to be the person who's, if all these people are working way up here where they're sitting on top of tons of like web browsers and 500 libraries and whatever, and you want to be a person that's down here that is building the systems that all of that stuff runs on, or building, you know, your own systems that are much more performant. The traditional wisdom maybe would be, oh, you need a CS degree. I don't really think that's true. I mean, it's not a guarantee that it will make you good at that. And it's also, I don't think it's necessarily fully a requirement. Like, I think you could learn real programming principles at a lower level on your own, certainly. And maybe these are your intro to that, right? Maybe these are the things that get you to know some basic fundamentals of whatever, you know, variables and logic and loops and whatever it takes to write software. But yeah, I don't know. I couldn't even tell you, because I don't know that there's a million JavaScript code academies to make bad programmers, but I don't know of any that are in that same realm that are how to be good. There's communities of people that are like that, you know, like to some extent, the whole realm of the Handmade network is kind of about that. Is like, these are people that kind of the focus of this whole network is operating at a lower level. Like, you can read this, actually, this manifesto of the Handmade network, and it's like, you know, what if you build things at a lower level and you learn how a computer actually works and how it will run the code that you write and so on. Like, yeah, there's people that care about that. There's people that use resources like these resources to to get started there. As far as like how you actually learn it and get good at it, you probably just spend a lot of time doing it yourself. I kind of want to use Raylib for something. Been looking at it, been eyeballing it, but none of that stuff is, that's not the whatever. The like very 2020s fancy job titles are full stack developer and it's all JavaScript, or it's machine learning and it's all Python, or it's even if it's not development, it's UI UX and not anything at a lower level. Like that's just not popular at the moment. It's not cool. There's a Jonathan Blow talk where he talks about, again, I only mention, I'm not necessarily the biggest Jonathan Blow fan, but he's a very vocal person about these topics. So that's why he keeps coming to mind. I just as kind of liking a person, I do kind of like Casey Muratori more, who has similar things to say. But there's a talk Jonathan Blow gave about this kind of fear that he has that people are just going to not be able to program anymore. Like, and he points out times in history where skills and like whole technologies were lost because people just didn't know how to do them anymore. I don't know if I like these. So we called this is like fade. It's funny we don't have, I guess this is 0, 1, 2, 4. So we just not want these anymore. Yeah, what do I do with these? I'm just gonna add an X to them. I mean, do these just go away? I kind of think these just go away. I sort of hesitate to do that because this isn't Sketch. We don't have a meaningful versioning. Maybe I should switch to Figma for everything. Is that crazy? Probably crazy. I don't like that, but I'm just gonna do it for this moment. Actually, we could call these something. I'm going to change my mind. Call these something different because I don't like this naming. No, I mean, I don't know. I don't have that very science fiction view of what AI and machine learning. I talked about this a couple weeks ago. I feel like where like at least with our current understanding of the way making tools works, and this is software tools or physical tools, the idea that a simpler thing can create a thing of more complexity is not, that doesn't check out. Maybe that will change someday in some incredible way due to the singularity and just those rules won't apply anymore. I guess it's, oh, this isn't really at rest. This is more like fade, step off. So like the notion that you could write a simple piece of software that would write a more complex and more complex and more complex doesn't check out to me in the same way that you can't make a tool of a certain precision that can create a tool that is more precise than it. Like it just doesn't really work that way. So no, I don't really think that will. I don't think AI is going to be the magical solution to probably most problems. There's certain problems that it's effective at, machine learning. Certain problems that it's effective at, but at least for the foreseeable future, it's hard. I mean, maybe I'm totally wrong, but just looking at where we are now. So this would be whole notes, I guess. It just doesn't. There's not a straight line between where we are and that, in the same way that there's a straight line from computers of the 1950s to today, to some extent, there's a straight line. The line to the thing you're talking about, where these things are building themselves, is not a straight line. It's not even on the same path, I don't think. Let's call those whole half quarter. I already don't really like this because it's just such a different look than what we already have. And even these radius corners, I don't know. We do have round things, but I don't have radius corners anywhere. Very redundant to save all these independently. Maybe I did have a very slight radius on these, did I? An extremely slight? No, I didn't. It was a trick. So I don't know. I don't like these, but sometimes you just gotta try to move forward. Export for screens. Where do these actually go? Is this where these actually go? No, of course not. These actually go here. Well, I mean, so there are people. I don't want to get too much into this, but there are people who consider, I never know how to say her name, Ada Lovelace, to be the first programmer. And not to diminish her contributions, but one, she was basically just documenting things for Charles Babbage. That doesn't mean she didn't contribute, that she contributed nothing, but it's weird that often that's a thing that's left kind of out of the myth. But we don't really think of that as part of the current current lineage of computer science. Sort of doesn't necessarily go back to Babbage. That's maybe an isolated precursor that you can look in human history, but it's not Babbage made his thing and then it was improved and it was improved and it was improved. There's not a smooth path like that necessarily. And not that everything in history has to be smooth path, whatever. But I guess the point I'm making is that was maybe a stepping stone, and then there was a later step, just as far as the way people think about things. But as far as here's the technology that's being refined and iterated on, I think it's fair to say that there's a real gap between Charles Babbage's ideas and the actual execution of a digital computer, and that's not even a qualitative statement. I'm not saying that those things he and Lovelace were working on are worse or inferior. It's just that it's not that, they made a thing and the next year it was refined and refined and refined. The way things kind of have been since whatever, the 40s or 50s. So I don't know. And you look at, there's certainly been big advances in that time, when vacuum tubes to transistors to silicon, that were major changes that you can really segment off and say no, these are very different eras, but they still feel contiguous to a certain extent. But even if you want to isolate those and call those very separate, and maybe quantum computing is also going to be it's a very separate thing, and maybe it will just be fundamentally different, different enough that we just consider it a different thing. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That is so, the actual applicable. It's funny because there are things that we use every day that we don't really think about, that are just straight up science fiction or borderline science fiction. When you if you go to the hospital and you get a PET scan, That's a positron emission. I forgot exactly what it stands for. What is it? Positron emission tomography scan. That's like, that's basically antimatter, you know? It's a positron. It's the antiparticle to an electron, if I'm remembering correctly. So, you know, as much as the idea of antimatter is kind of a science fiction-y idea or weird theoretical idea, if you go get a PET scan, it's using that. If you use the GPS on your phone, somewhere in that chain, you are having to adjust for relativity because the satellite's experience of time is different than our experience of time. And that's a thing that's really easy to, like, you know, shuffle aside to some theoretical land, but it has real applicable, meaningful implications. In fact, I believe at the manufacturing scale that we are for silicon chips, which is now like 4 nanometers or something insane. I might be remembering this incorrectly, but that is so tiny, we're starting to have to account for certain quirks of the subatomic world. And which is kind of crazy, but it's still a different. So there's a way in which these like crazy things that sound futuristic are like, they still sound separate and maybe sci-fi-ish, but there's ways in which some of those things just are part of our lives. And so on the one hand, I want to say my current understanding is that quantum computers are very much still just like lab, you know, experiments are happening in labs with them. And I don't know that there's a meaningful, believable timeline to when those things will become relevant in consumer projects, but maybe they will. Like maybe even in some isolated way. Maybe it's like, oh, you know, we don't use quantum computers, but we use quantum cryptography chips or something. I don't know what that looks like really, but you could maybe imagine some scenario where quantum computing comes out of the lab, but not in such a way that it is replacing all of the current landscape of the way we handle computers and think about computers. I don't know. But the idea that just somebody's gonna, you know, one day Apple is gonna be like, oh, here's the new MacBook Pro and it's got a quantum processor. Like, it does not feel like we are close to that. It doesn't feel like we're close to that at all. So when you talk about, what are these things that are going to change in our lifetime and what's it going to be? Like AI is going to continue to be weird and do weird things, and some things will be useful and some things won't be. And it's going to become, like, we're already kind of getting there, really, where machine learning and AI are just like those other weird things that sound like science fiction are incorporated into our workflows. Like, we're already kind of getting there. Like, I'm not using it at the moment, but I could turn on a AI-based NVIDIA denoiser or noise suppression algorithm for this microphone in OBS and just be using AI to stream out or suppress noise. Or this other project that I'm working on uses certain kinds of image of machine learning. So I sometimes use those words interchangeably, and I probably shouldn't. But anyway, some machine learning algorithm to do image processing, which is that in the next few years is only going to be more and more common. Like, that's just, we're already basically in that era, really, where you've got some data model trained on something and it's going to remove your background or whatever. Like, we're in that era, and those things are just going to be like, yeah, machine learning is just a day-to-day part of our life. Is it going to replace everything else we do? I don't think so. Ben, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, yes, that is true that we don't understand a lot of those things, but we don't understand gravity, really. We don't, I mean, in terms of like the actual mechanics of how gravity works, but we can still use it, right? And we don't fully understand the implications of the nature of space-time, but we can still adjust our GPSs for a time offset for these fast-moving objects. So like, we humans are fairly good at applying things that they don't fully understand. which is good because we don't fully understand anything. But yeah, so my guess is that long before, well, Ben, they're only wrong in this universe. There's some other timeline where they're totally correct. We're just in some splinter universe. Remember, if you've got if you're getting into many worlds, every possible outcome of every calculation happens on that computer, and one of them is right. At least one of them is correct. We're just in the wrong universe, unfortunately. Yeah. So if I was going to make a prediction, my prediction would be the following: that machine learning and AI and that whole realm of things will kind of settle into the fields in which they are useful, which may be a lot. There may be a lot of fields in the very near term. Things like image processing. It's like, yeah, makes a lot of sense in that field. Does that mean that it's going to be the thing that takes over every field? I don't at this moment, looking what is currently possible, I would say it seems unlikely. I would say it seems unlikely that there would be a shift in the next 10 years where every single thing we do with technology has some ML implications underneath it. Now, there may be, there may be some piece of it. Yeah, like some coprocessor or whatever that's the ML coprocessor, everything has it now, just like everything has a GPU or whatever. Even though for many people, the GPU has just become the ML coprocessor. So I think that will be true. I could definitely see that happening with quantum computing, is that you have like, say it's for corporate security only, and it's like just like years ago, my first computers, the floating point, their ability to handle floating point was a separate chip. Like if you did floating point math on my 486 SX, I'm pretty sure in that machine you had a separate chip to do floating point math. And so I could imagine, I don't have any reason, nothing to back this up, but I could imagine that in 10 years, our computers are more or less the same as they are now, except way more miniaturized and way more power efficient. But maybe they have some quantum coprocessor, and its only job is for like cryptography or something, because it can't reliably be used for calculations. I don't know that. That's just a thing I could see happening. The thing I see way more, at least in the near term, Kyle, for like what's going to be like a big shift in our lives and the way we use computers in the next 10 years is what Ken Perlin calls the age of computer graphics. Like once we really have AR figured out and we really have it integrated into basically just regular old glasses, and you can just have graphics in front of you and do the thing you're doing, or the two of us can be sitting at a table looking at some virtual thing and manipulating it just like we manipulate a physical thing. That to me is the thing that is the nearer thing, I think. Do I think that will fully supersede the way all people use computers? I don't think that, because there's lots of scenarios in which that just isn't the best way to do things. But that feels like a near term thing to me. Yeah, okay, well, but you said Minority Report, which is totally understandable. And that's the whole problem, is Minority Report is terrible. Like, that's a terrible way to use a computer. Tom Cruise, after shooting, he would be up just for an hour or whatever, trying to shoot a scene, and his arms would be killing him from having to hold his arms up the whole time. Like, everybody thinks that's for 10 years after Minority Report came out, everybody thought that was the future of computing, but that's not it. It's not big gestural move your arms. It's more like everybody's just sitting at a table together, but instead of everybody staring at a laptop screen, the thing can just kind of be there. And like, we're still going to be probably very lazy about it. That is one of the things that was better with the Iron Man interpretation of it. When Iron Man, the first one, came out, was just Tony Stark could just like sit in a chair and like flick around lazily. That's way more realistic in terms of what actual humans would do. The Minority Report of of something that was still fundamentally a 2D windowed experience that you have to do this on was nonsense. It was just not. We could have that right now if people wanted it, but people don't want it. That's not how people want to use computers, because what is the point of this big tactile exhausting thing? When you watch the movie, it's still just a bunch of windows. Like, I can do that with a mouse, I can do it with a touchscreen, I guess, if I need to on a laptop. So the Iron Man interpretation of that, I think, was more relevant. Like the stuff Ken Perlin does, he's built this thing called Chalk Talk, which is basically like, it's insane and it's amazing. I haven't checked in with him for a few years, so I don't know the state of it now. It would be like, he could just draw a pendulum on this like smart whiteboard kind of thing he designed, and the drawings, the underlying system could interpret his drawing and recognize it as a pendulum. So then he could just kind of knock it and it would show what a pendulum is. Or he could draw whatever. He could draw a camera and then demonstrate to you the way 3D cameras work or whatever. And it was amazing. The biggest downside of it was like optimized for Ken Perlin only. I feel like he's the only person capable of using it. But the implications of that, as far as just like in the classroom or whatever, are pretty impressive. Like, it's pretty cool to like see a whiteboard drawing come to life and move around and shift it and see the stuff happen. And if you're in a shared virtual space, it becomes easier to do that. So I'm definitely interested in some of those things. And they feel not too far away. They feel not too crazy and not too outlandish. Like, there's just some problems of whatever, hardware miniaturization or whatever the dumb problems we need to solve are, but they're not insurmountable problems. Oh, I did it. I did it again, didn't I? Dang it. That's what happens when I ramble too much. We don't want pings. We don't want pings. Go away. It's funny, the project I'm working on now, without talking about it too much, but like relies a lot on computer vision algorithms, and some of them are pretty rudimentary. Like, you look at it and you can see like, oh, it's a little rough around the edges, but that's just where we are in terms of some of those kinds of algorithms. And so, but it's cool because you look at it and you're like, okay, in like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, we'll be able to do this exact thing without the noise or without the artifacts or whatever. You can totally see where we will be with some of that stuff, which is cool. Okay, did that actually work? So now we have these new I kind of forgot what our strategy was here. So we want 164 preserve viewport and 4K. So the new ones are really just U. No, not U. U. So do preserve viewport, do B2K. And those need to be UI SVG images. Okay, I don't know if I like this. I kind of think I don't actually, but whatever. This thing must be finished. Must be finished. Okay, how does this work? We have these dumb buttons that nobody likes. By nobody, I mean me. I don't have a 1080 square. A 2K square, that'll do. Okay, we got a header and footer. We got these dumb icons that look dumb. How did we do this? Oh, come on. Now the whole notes. Yes, I feel like this naming was not my most inspired. Half notes and order notes. I think I don't like the order of these, but so we did this, and these are all supposed to be 256 wide. I was wrong. Yeah, I think I hate this. I might hate it. Do I hate it? Looks bad, huh? I forgot the size that I said was our size, though. So I should actually probably look at this. Here. Oh, good heavens. Yeah, what do we want to do here? This just looks so dumb. Looks so dumb. Should they be that full width? You just show a nice Hungarian flag? Does this remind you of the Hungarian flag? Do we try to make those full width? What do we do? Those are only 256. I thought the full width of this was what do we do? What do we want to do? Oh, when they were flat. We don't want this. I think we want to export for screen. We want to do this. We want to do this. I want to do this. But actually, can't we just go over here? Okay. Why didn't that work? That was weird. I just overrode all those. What did I do wrong? Unusual, Unity. I mean, because we could just, yeah, that's probably the thing to do. I don't love it. Don't love it. Sometimes you just got to make decisions, though. So are these in a horizontal layout group? Yeah. Or I don't know what the proper spacing is here. 16? Oh, 12? Oh, 8? Yes. Presumably we'd want some spacing like that. How much do I hate this? Wait, we just lose? What happened? Okay. The thing just the thing that is a real problem is the implication that these pair with the thing below them, you know? Those are the wrong images. Binary, how's it going? Should I kind of want to delete it. I'm definitely over this project. I was kind of over this project when we started to revamp it, but sometimes you just got to finish a thing. Sometimes. No matter how much you don't want to. I don't want to do that. Maybe I should do that, though. No, I did want to do that. JK. Productive day. So, 188. Why does that not look right? Because it's not. It's not right. It's not right at all. 184. And 184. Okay, which one looks less dumb? Hard to say. I don't know. Should we just stick with these? I mean, these are the wrong images, of course, but... This isn't the worst. I think I like these more than these, actually. Now that we went through the trouble to do them. I think I actually prefer these. We just have to make the missing one. I don't exactly know how we ended up gray and not tinted blue. The thing we need to actually, that's the real thing. I should just record some more songs. I actually like that. I got my, I don't know if I ever fully confirmed this on stream, but I did get my AirPods Pro for those 2 songs we recorded. So it's totally worth it. And I kind of just want to record more mediocre covers of songs all day because it's just enjoy it. There's an old Beulah song that's been stuck in my head. We just record that. Okay, so yeah, we have our path. Let's just follow our path. What do you, okay, Kyle, Ben, Binary, Diraj, he's still there, Axio, I don't know who's still here. Here's what I've been thinking about. I've watched this person, I'll show it. I think this was an interesting person. YouTube. So I can find this person without logging in. Okay. No. This fellow here, Struthless, I believe is from Australia. He sounds like he is.
Life. Holy frickin' clickbait.
So I watched a few of his videos, and it's interesting because he like actually, it's kind of tricked me. Well, not necessarily tricked me, but I don't even know what I was looking at, but I think I got this recommended. And so he's a cartoonist illustrator, but he's kind of like switched to almost motivational speaker, at least on his YouTube channel. Anyway, and so he was talking about this drawing advice that he got. And so he was working for this artist who's this interesting artist that I wasn't familiar with, but basically it's a kind of artist that I find myself envious of very often. And it's Mark Shatner. And this artist just makes the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Like slightly different variations. I think it's he and his partner actually that do it. They just make these sculptures of dogs and bunnies. And they have lots of different, they have paintings of them and drawings of them and various different executions of home goods, whatever. But their whole thing is like, we're two artists and we just make dogs and bunnies. And so Struthless was working for these artists, I guess, and was just kind of complaining that like Struthless was having a hard time, like, had so much creative energy and so much that he wanted to do, but just was not able to like, I don't know, like get the right rhythm going. And the advice this artist gave to him was, the problem is you do a different thing every day. One day you'll draw a drawing, and one day you'll write a poem, and one day you'll record a song. And you just need to commit and just do a thing. Whatever that thing is, just do it. And so this artist gave Struthless, this guy, I forgot exactly, but it was basically like an assignment that you have to draw the same thing every day for 100 days. And so he picked this bird, this particular kind of bird, and then just started drawing. Here's some pictures of them. Just drawing comics and cartoons over and over of this bird until like something clicked for him, and he like found a rhythm that worked for him, and he became popular and got whatever. It all came together. Thousands of Instagram followers, popular on YouTube, whatever. And it was all about like, okay, just committing to a thing and like diving into that thing rather than spreading yourself too thin. And I don't know that I 100% believe in that or believe it as a perfect answer. But I have been thinking a lot about wanting a big project to do. Something that I focus on for months, if not for years, because I've never been good at that. I've been much more frequently have been a person that's just like, I'm going to do a thing for 3 weeks, maybe a couple months, whatever. Like it kind of drives me insane when I have a job that lasts more than a few months. So I've been thinking about wanting a big project and something to work on. So I don't know. I think I've got to get through this job that I'm currently working on, and I've got to get through museum stuff and so on. So it might not be till late in the summer or the fall until I can really think about it. But it's something I think I want to do. I think I want to just come up with a thing and stream it, and like stream it in that way where it's like we're doing this thing, like, and not get. I know Kyle in Life is Yours will hate this, but it's like stay focused on a thing for a long time. I was a big fan of dinosaur comics years ago. Randall? No, that's the XKCD guy. Ryan North, right? Is Dinosaur Comics. I definitely was a fan of Dinosaur Comics. There was a point beyond which I was no longer interested, but I did like it. Struthless or the other guy, Binary C, as far as the original pricing? I know, what's the long form, what's the thing gonna be? The social media site? I definitely have. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that guy's huge or anything, but he makes a living as an artist. So like, uh, as long if you can make a living as an, I'm not that interested in being like a billionaire or anything. I've always been a big fan of that idea of 1,000 true fans. Like if you just have 1,000 people that care about what you can make a living. Like that would be fine with me. I don't really have ambitions of selling things for millions of dollars. Kyle, funny thing about Scott's book is my friends give me a hard time about being the inventor of Facebook, which I'm not at all by any means. But I did. There was a time in the early 2000s where I was just making tons of websites all the time. And I was fixated on this person who was like a kind of a constant, I don't know, conflict in my life with this person that I was seeing on and off again. And she at that time was going to school in Ireland, and she wanted Facebook before it existed. Basically, it was like, oh, she wanted a place where like she could post photos and her friends could comment and whatever. And because because I was in a time where I was just making websites all the time, and I was in such a like turbulent relationship with this person that was ongoing, I didn't want to really, and I didn't really like it or use it very much, but I made a thing that was like, it was a website where you would make accounts and you could post photos and little kind of blogish entries and cross posts on your friends' photos and things like that. That was like a proto social media site. And of course, like whatever, like a few dozen people used it, maybe. It was never close to actually being a real thing. But I do wonder sometimes if I had actually made any effort to commercialize or monetize any of those things that I was doing at that time. Because some of the kinds of things I was doing, of course, later did end up being something. But I didn't do it. And I didn't care very much. But somewhere is still source code for, it was just called People. It was people.j38.net, which the domain no longer exists, but that the pieces are there somewhere. Maybe you need a dog and bunny. It's true. You might. And Binary invented Twitter. See, you're the inventors of Facebook and Twitter, just right here. Okay, so we're going so slowly. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that long form project is, because I don't think it's a game necessarily, because I'm not necessarily that interested in making games, but some kind of weird interactive narrative experience. I could see doing. And also, just because I know myself, I think it would be smart of me to try to frame it as almost like a serialized project or something, like where I wouldn't have to worry about the big piece, because that is, that's a thing that's daunting to make the huge thing. And so if it was kind of designed to be a bunch of smaller things that would sum up to the large thing, and I don't know if that means it's episodic or just exactly what that means, but anyway, I've been thinking about that. And actually, it's funny, Kyle, that you mentioned Pictures for Sad Children, because one of the things mention dinosaur comics, because I was thinking about comics of that era recently, and one of the comics of that era-ish I was thinking about was a comic called Pictures for Sad Children, and how good it is, and how weird what happened with it was. The artist was actually a super early Kickstarter. The artist of that comic was offering a book on Kickstarter and kind of had a mental breakdown, I guess you might describe it that way, and ended up burning all of the books that were supposed to be sent out for Kickstarter. It was a pretty, yeah. John Campbell was the artist. I don't exactly know what opinion to have about it. You can read about it. There's a Reddit post, I think, that kind of goes over the history of what happened. But okay, so step one. I feel like these file names are not very good. But anyway, that, like, and I talked about how much I like Quentin Smearhughes and how much I like Imaginary Vice and things like that. And these kind of weird narrative sort of episodic kind of things that are all part of a bigger whole, like some interactive version of that. And I can't really think of many examples. Actually, the closest thing I can think of, which is like, I don't even want to admit it necessarily, but the closest thing I can think of is, you may have heard of Homestuck, which is something I'm not much of a fan of. But before doing Homestuck, which kind of, that's Andrew Hussey, right? I think was the name of the person. Before doing Homestuck, this person did something called Problem Sleuth. Where? Problem Sleuth. That's funny. Now it's just like a subset of Homestuck. So Homestuck, I don't know. Homestuck became a thing and has a fandom that's just hard to deal with. But Problem Sleuth started as just like a weird comic where it was like kind of framed as a game where the artist would post a frame and then people like in a forum would say what to do next. And it started as just like these very simple comics, but over time they started to add animated aspects and some lightly interactive aspects. And then in Homestuck started adding like full on sections that were like Flash games, things like that. And so it's not exactly what I'm imagining, but it's almost the closest thing I can think of like a large scale narrative, publicly exposed project. Homestar Runner was quite good. Not exactly the same thing. I love Homestar, but yeah, I did love Homestar. Homestar was beautiful. But Homestar was a little more, it was very, they would have the little Easter eggs and things, very lightly interactive, but it was not the same thing in terms of I did these wrong again. These two are backwards. So this should actually be, no, step one. Step one should be, this should be step one. So I don't mean that I want to make a webcomic either. But maybe a narrative thing, maybe. Okay, you be step one. Didn't Homestar? I mean, Homestar at least had a DVD at one point. They at least made some efforts to unflashify things. I would kind of assume you could get just video of everything at this point. Okay, so it's either all the way off, every step, every other step. I don't know if that layout is great, but whatever. So step off. That's a good name. Okay, do I like this? No. But is it a thing that exists? Almost. I mean, it is on the Google Play Store. Not that anyone on earth cares. So what we actually probably want here is more like this. More like this. More like this. I don't know what we want, actually. What do we want? A little bit of white. That seems more correct. Not made a reasonable effort to conform our colors. Did they? I thought they did. I thought they, at least on the DVD, I thought they kept some of the interactive stuff on the DVD. Okay, that is not too offensive. It's not good. But we need some indicator. I just realized it looks like a Windows logo. Windows 11, right here, Windows 11. Windows 11 is supposed to be announced soon. I wonder what it will be. Here's my prediction. It will still be Windows NT 4.0 with some decades of crap piled on top. That's my prediction for Windows 11. What if it wasn't though? What if Microsoft made a new operating system? You think so? You think there'll never be a Windows 12? It almost seems like there would never be a Mac OS 11, but they finally did it. Yeah. I mean, they already kind of have, although Windows releases are so... they're so lame. Like, they're like, here's the big May update, whatever. Like, the Windows May update was such a joke. Like, what was actually in it was like, it was astonishing that they would be like, here's a major update and here's what's actually in it. Maybe because it was really fixing lots of stupid, terrible bugs and they just didn't want to promote that. So they tried to promote it as a feature update, but it had basically, I forget what they were. The features were just laughable. Like that they would, gosh, what was it? The new features were just such a joke that it seemed embarrassing that they would even mention it. Here's for the new features. It doesn't have Flash anymore. Now they ship with the Chromium Edge, which they've been trying to push you to for some time anyway. Windows Hello gets multi-camera support, a change to Windows Defender, and then whatever, like some policy service. These are the features. Like, these are the features. These are the, hey public, these are the features. It's like such a, like, why even pretend this is matters? And it's, God, like, in their development process is so baffling to me now, like with their whole, the way they like, so there's a really annoying bug that has actually been screwing me over and making my life, well, not worse, but annoyed, let's say, where I have an installation at the Children's Museum in Pittsburgh that has 2 monitors. And you would hope and expect that applications would stay on the monitor they're supposed to be on, where you want them to be, when the state of the displays change, whether they get powered off and powered on at night, powered on in the morning, whatever. But no, there's a stupid, and that used to work actually, but then they broke it. So there's some stupid Windows bug. It's called, it's some DisplayPort thing, whatever it's called. Rapid hot plug detect. So they announced the fix for this, which you would hope would not be a major, like, would not be crazy, would not be a crazy complicated thing to fix. So just say, hey, when a monitor comes back, make sure the application's on it. It's mainly annoying for people who have laptops where they're trying to like plug and unplug their laptops into external displays. But like, it was kind of a showstopper for me, because when that computer travels, it's going to be a problem when it's in some, whatever random children's museum in Tulsa, Oklahoma or whatever. And like people call up because stuff's on the wrong monitor, whatever. And so they're like, oh, fix it. Like, and I was so pleased to see this. I was like, oh, that's great. They're going to fix it. That's great. But they didn't. They didn't just fix it. They fix it in Insider Preview Build 2128, which turns out is not slated to be out until October. So it's part of the big October release, for such a trivial thing. So I don't know what I think is an ideal schedule for releasing and updating software, but the Microsoft way of doing it, I don't like it. I don't think it's good. I don't know if the Power Toys, I don't know if that thing, I think I know the thing you're talking about that is for like, what is it? I think the new one, I don't think that helps that specific DisplayPort bug. Is this even the right one? No, there was some other thing I had. Maybe it was this. Maybe it's this one. Anyway, whatever, the various third-party things that I tried did not solve the problem. Yeah, so that is also a dumb problem. That is probably related in some way. This is specifically a stupid, they say it's like a hot plug DisplayPort thing. But there's a delay between knowing about the second monitor, seemingly. So I didn't use Fancy Zones, but I used various other things that were kind of like that for maintaining things on the proper monitor, and they wouldn't work because of the nature of this bug, I guess. Anyway, it's dumb, and I'm 90% sure that we're just gonna get a Mac instead, because it is a much more reliable thing to have on the road. The only question is this very expensive SDK that I had to use for the sort of facial recognition stuff. I don't know how confident I am that it will run on an M1. Okay, so we need these to be toggles, and then that's going to do it, right? If this is a toggle group instead, and all of these are not buttons, this is going to be annoying. I wish I could change this in a way that wasn't annoying. I think these are toggles, and then U toggles are all part of this toggle group, and U toggles are part of this toggle group. And so now we have to figure out how to do this. How do we want to do this? Because I don't actually want the graphic. I wish you could just have a toggle state up here. So what we actually have to do is have a secondary thing that gets toggled on. What do we want that thing to be? It could just be a background layer, so it kind of highlights. It could be some circle that appears around those or something. I don't know. Okay, so what are we doing? Actually, all of these want this. All of these want a so these all want a set top index. These all want a set bottom index. And I think these are just supposed to be 0 because these are the indices, not the tempos, or not the whatever. The note type. What's my big project going to be? Probably has to have music involved in some way, right? I kind of want to make an album where I just record a song about every person I know. But that's probably not a good idea. I heard about that. I heard about that locked away, and but I don't want to. Like, that would be terrible. If I want to make a thing, the last thing I should do is like look at somebody else's recent thing that they made. I would. That would be the worst thing to be inspired by. I don't want to ever be inspired by a thing somebody just made. I need to go like find some 17th century madman who lived in Portugal. That's a good place for inspiration. Okay, so we have a toggle group. We just don't have a thing to toggle. So how do we want to do this? Shoot. Didn't we have a circle for some reason? Why did we have a circle on this? Oh, it's this fade button. So if we had this as the toggle graphic, and that would default to on, we want you to be on, and you can go down here, and you can go here. Well, binary, there was that thing that was great. Brain, what is that one? We used it on stream for a while. Brain. What was that thing called? Anyway, it was great. And it was probably one of my favorite like ML things. What was that called? Brain. But unfortunately, it was purchased by TikTok. What was that thing called? Juke Deck. It was Juke Deck, and Juke Deck was great. It was like, you could give it like a genre and a duration and a time when you wanted it to climax and whatever, and it would just create a new song for you. So it was royalty free because it was made for you on the fly, and it was super cool. And then TikTok bought it and just shut it down. Well, I'm gonna use Pretzel Rocks forever. It's never gonna change. Yeah, YouTube has their funny library of royalty-free music, but the having a AI generative way where you just didn't have to worry about whatever DMCA, is that what it's called? Was great. I looked into trying to build something with Magenta, but nothing came close to what Juke Deck would do. Juke Deck was just like, it wasn't just like, let's make a melody. It was create music from scratch, not exactly scratch, but just like make a new thing that is a full song. And it was really cool. Okay. So we're doing great. Yeah, that didn't work at all. What did I do? Okay, so you should be here. That was our first problem. Our second problem is you do use that toggle group. And that's the graphic. Ago. Ago. Is that not right? Am I doing this incorrectly? I think what it does is just like truly does this. I don't know if it does a set active or. We built some of that stuff like Step City and stuff like that were like kind of generative music tools. I've considered it. I do think I want to do something narrative instead, or like a music, something where music and narrative are tied together. Why does that guy toggle? These all toggle. I just did it wrong. Seems like it's on me. Seems like... Oh yeah, because I didn't do it yet. That would be the main reason. Sometimes buttons don't work if they don't exist. So it's generally something I advise people to do is to... they want a button to work, to consider having a button that exists first. This is a rule of thumb. Why is this one broken? This one works. This one doesn't work. Why? Oh, it probably does work and they're just all in the wrong place. My prediction. Hot dog. Okay, what do we actually want this to look like? I missed one? That's weird. Oh. What? No. I did it wrong. Is that true? It's a mystical property of buttons. Buttons will manifest themselves. Interesting. It's good to know. Seems like useful information. So... I don't know. Oh boy, that ratio fitter sucks. We should get rid of that thing. I don't think we're using it. I don't like what I have done. do we want it to be? Just a circle? A square? I don't know. All these other buttons we're not even using. Can't believe Binary insulted our pretzel music. Outrageous. Well, what? Stop making artboards. Stop making artboards. Stop making artboards. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This track is not quite what I'm looking for. So this looks bad. This is a bad idea. Why would I do this? I already know it's gonna look bad. Let's just verify that it looks bad. You're not gonna believe this, but this looks bad. Who could have predicted that? I think the thing to do is just this. Oops. What if we just did that? Who needs sprites? Not me. Is that the secret? Just crunchy circle? So how do we select that from the outside? I actually don't know. Like, how do we make our talk? God, I really wish Unity had some. Maybe it does with the new whatever, not Elements. Is it Elements now? Toolkit became Elements, or Element became Toolkit? I can't remember. Like, had proper binding the way Vue.js does, so that, you know, the idea that I have some internal state of what a thing is, and then there's separate state in the UI, and I personally have to manage that, sucks. It's way better if it's just like, hey, dude, the state is the state, and it is synchronized automatically. So can I? I can set all toggles off, but can I not set a specific toggle? Ensure valid state. Register toggle. Notify toggle on. I think you can't do this in the toggle group. I think you have to do it per toggle, which is dumb, because that means now I have to write something to manage the toggle. That's dumb. I don't like it. Maybe I'm just wrong here. Yeah, man, I know. Like, it's just everything. Anytime I use something now that doesn't do that doesn't like automatically handle binding, or at least give you the option, feels broken. Just feels silly. Like, are you telling me that I have to individually I can't even do this through a toggle group. I thought you could tell the toggle group. I do think that Unity, let's see, UI Elements. I can't remember if it's UI Elements or Toolkit. UI Elements became Toolkit, or the other way around. It's now, okay, it's Toolkit. So it does have data binding system links properties to the controls that modify their values, which is huge. Like that is, if this works, you know, even remotely the way like it works in Vue, then that's awesome. Except then, oh no, we gotta, oh, you don't have to use UXML. I thought you had to, but you don't have to. Interesting. Interesting. I don't have any experience with Cordova. Should I? Oh yeah, I forgot. I was looking something up. So can I just have a reference to the toggle group and then I can set which index I want toggled, or what? So, no? So do I have to manually set this? This is stupid. I hate it. Okay. Are you not called toggle? What are you called? Unity Engine UI I have right here. What's your problem? I mean, yeah, I don't know what is this the main people used to use oh, whatever. There used to be a number of these things, right? That were like, we will make a I won't say native, but we will make an app out of a I can't even think of any of those. Platform something? Platform.io? No. What was it? There's a Google one. There used to be, early on, there was the way people used to do it. Oh, this is some years ago. No, just what did it, tell me. What are the things people use? There used to be, not Electron. It was kind of before Electron land. I mean, this was like 6 or 7 years ago. I don't remember. I haven't cared for a really long time. All your options. This one has lots of charts and graphs. So you didn't actually, there was nothing useful on that page. Cordova. React Native is kind of cool. I would probably want one of these, like some of these like native dudes. I don't like React. Maybe is there a Vue native? That didn't seem like 4 options. It seems like 2 options. Didn't it just say there were 4 options? I cannot remember. God, what was that thing called? I don't know. Maybe it's gone. Whatever it was a lot of years ago. Don't use Cordova. Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, is there like, I would use, can we do this? Vue native? Or, I think somebody did native binding. Yeah, this. I would do this probably. If I needed to make, I mean, actually, what I would probably do is use Unity. Because why not? Yeah, React Native. What was that other thing called? Platform engine? Platform. I can't remember.
I just want to go back.
Levis, how are you? Other than being tormented by Cordova. Okay, now we got this stupid thing. So what's especially stupid here, though, how can I... It's just for the randomize. It's the only reason I need this. So it'd be randomize. So when I randomize, I need to find the index for who I care about. Okay, whatever. Shouldn't be that hard. Just when we do this. I don't look right. Is that right? Well, Tom. Hopefully it will manage turning everything off. Maybe we have to set everything off first. Ionic. I don't know, man. What if there was a UI system that wasn't terrible? I do like Vue is okay. I do. So you can use Ionic with Vue. I kind of like Vue. Vue is like the best UI experience I've had in some time. This doesn't work at all. Cool. Why doesn't this work? What have I done? That kind of seemed like a thing that should work, right? When we do one of these, we get the toggles out, we say is on. Is that not how you do this? It says return or set. Oh, maybe I didn't actually call the method when we randomize. If we do this, maybe we only set the value. Yeah. That's weird. This doesn't look randomized. Look at my randomization. That doesn't look very random. I see. So I like the randomization is really, I pick one whole note, one half note, and then half the time flip it. That's fine. What if you just made a website and it was just like a website on the internet? What happened? Stack Overflow. Set color. Excuse me. What did I do? What? Cool. What have I done? Oh. Sure, I can't do this. Okay. Let's go back to the demo. I think I'm causing some cyclical issues. It's really only here. We should just make a randomized step. Okay. Yeah, sure. Because I was probably causing some insane infinite loop. That's my fault. Okay, randomize. These are not very random. Oh, sure. Because it's even dumber. Because I'm switching this here. And if I switch it, then these would... Ugh. Whatever. Search engines are bad. I wish there was like an actual meaningful alternative to Google. Oh, is that not inclusive? I thought integers were inclusive. Okay, it's exclusive for integers. Must be inclusive for floats. Can you stream from strip clubs only if they're in a living room with a swimming pool? It's all about context. A strip club isn't sexy if you're in a living room and the pole is in a swimming pool. Then you're just swimming. Okay. I don't really like this, but... And it took us 2.5 hours to be almost where we started. Great. I thought we paused whenever we, or like, didn't we? I thought we were supposed to clear whenever we left a page. So if we go here, we make some dots, and we go next, we come back, it's gone. If we go here and we randomize, we go. So is that not a thing we enforce? Drop. Is there not? No, it's drop manager. On disable track clear. So should we could enforce that in the base class, I guess. Oops. Quit it. I forgot we were still using iTween. So in all the managers, so anything that's an iTrack, so there's not a base class. So we would just do it, fade manager. Well, that's weird. Why doesn't drop manager unsubscribe? Oh, because the drop manager doesn't care. It's the actual drops. Okie dokie. That's funny. This guy clears on start. Hey. I probably should have done this with inheritance. A little more consistent that way. Just say disabled clears you. That one's more... That's funny. You would think that this would... I guess these don't care about the metronome either. So some managers just don't have on disables. Nothing in register. You've got it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe that. Slightly more consistent. Whoa, life is yours. Did you just do the thing? Does it work? Did it work for you or not work for you? I don't even know what it's set to anymore. It might be mods only now. I don't even know. I feel like I offered to make you a mod once upon a time. You didn't want it. You didn't want the responsibility. Okay. So these should now, if we go here. What a weird pop. It's more like it was resetting on enable. It's minor, but it's kind of lame. Like you could see it lerping. Okay, that's very minor. Well, that didn't work. Maybe it kind of did, but we actually need to destroy some stuff when we clear. So that is ring. So we set the satellites false, but what do we do about rando? That's actually pretty weird that those would just stop. Why would that be true? You love your beautiful diamond? You don't get both? So yeah, it just, so what do we actually do in ring manager when we stop? Why would that kill? Do we have some idea of our current projectile? Who launches the... Dang. The target segment, the target trigger. That's a projectile. The projectile that transformed opposition. So we need to reset that. I guess we could just do it in here. That means it'll pop off. I don't know if I think that's better or worse. Very slowly animating. I don't actually mind that. The like restoring. Okay, so We did this. Redesigned to be less blocky. We actually made it more blocky. So we just leaned right the hell into it. Do we want to get rid of that ratio fitter? I kind of hate it. Like, are we actually using it? I think we are. Is it you? How are we doing that? Yeah, it's this. Ugh, it's not really hurting anything. These are definitely not very important. Safe areas. We're kind of just cheating around it by having a big offset on everything at the top and the bottom, so about page is the thing. So what is our excuse me, what's our about page going to be? I think it's some text, maybe. Like this project, I don't know. I'm, as usual, a bit ambivalent about it. What prefab is this? I guess we use this on every track. So we might want to unpack this and make it special. Anyway, I don't know, this project, I don't think it's great. I think it's fine, but I don't think it's great or it's that big of a deal. It feels like I've maybe spent an inordinate amount of time. Like at this point, I probably spent more time fussing with all of these than I actually spent making them. Because they were just kind of these one-off sketches that I made into videos. And maybe that's all they ever should have been. Maybe it was not the right idea to like try to force this into a big thing because there's so few of them. Like, you know, it'd be one thing if it was like I made 100 of these, then it's a quantity thing and I don't have to focus on the quality as much. But there's 7. There's only 7. What project am I most proud of? There's a few songs that I like a lot, personally. I don't know if other people like them, but I like them. A lot of them are kind of time and place kinds of things. Like I was really proud of Still Life at the time. It's now feels very simple for what it is, but at the time, it was a thing that I thought was good and got some attention. I was pretty proud of that. I was pretty proud of the beatbox at the time. Proud of Reach. Proud of Breach. That has done well and continues to be on display in the museum. Maybe Velodic. Maybe Velodic. Even though I haven't touched it for a lot of years. It's funny, I don't know. I have such like a love-hate, mostly hate relationship with everything I make. I like Velodic. I realized when we made the new website, we didn't do the featured thing. I should probably go back and add that. Melodic's pretty good. Reach is pretty good. Beatbox is okay. Still life is okay. Some other things are neat, but they're just not very big in scope. I don't know. Maybe I haven't made it yet. Maybe the project I'll be most proud of I'll make later this year. Who can say? Who can say? Okay, what do we want this to be? I don't even actually have a great idea of what I think this page is. I think it's text, maybe? Why would you put that down there? No, we did this, and then we did, you know, something. We have, yeah. No. One of these, a couple of those. Beautiful. That's exactly what this should look like. That page, it's exactly right. It's probably bigger than we want to. By artist Scott Garner. Artist Scott Garner by Scott Garner. Oh no, I've wrapped my name. Nobody wants that. These margins too big. Yes, obviously. What I'm doing right now is just practice for the flexible text. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything. I guess that's a lot of why I'm thinking about scale. You know? Like that I would want I don't have any projects above a certain scale that are mine. You know, I've worked on a lot of things of larger scale, but they were of larger scale because they were teams of people. So this all feels really big. So maybe that's why I'm thinking so much about that. Parental music interfaces, musical interfaces. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Perfect. I should say something that's a little bit more of an artist statement, probably. But I will leave that perhaps for another time. What are these buttons going to be? Should probably make icons for these bottom buttons, huh? Probably. I don't really want to, but probably. I don't really want to make an icon per thing. Part of me kind of likes the weird grid of text. I don't know. Maybe I don't want icons down here. Part of me kind of likes the weird layout. Where do I want to send you if you were a... Do I just want this to be an override of the track buttons? Send you to my website. That seems easy enough. Website button, they call it. That's fine. Maybe there should be weird colors. Or maybe their like press state should be real intense. Okay, so this is gonna need... We don't really have some high level... Maybe a pager. Should it be the pager's job to send you? We don't really have a high level manager whose job it would be to... I guess we can just have an about manager. That's her pattern everywhere else. The about manager. About the manager. The about manager will have like a... Oops. How do we want to do this? Maybe we'll have more URLs, so as an application.open URL, yeah. Something like this. And then we can just... So I think of these buttons, all these buttons all to be fancy. Maybe we need a prefab template. Is that what I want? So this button should do what? This button should talk to the About Manager. I don't like OpenSite. That's silly. It can have its own open URL. Okay. You're gonna have... Excuse me. One of these numbers. I don't know if these work in editor. Open to website over there. I kind of want these. Yeah, I think I want these to get. That is some blurry text. The answer. We have this problem with this other project I'm on where the SDK that we're building on has a bunch of manager classes. And sometimes we have to make classes that like piggyback on those because they're not written in a, sometimes not written in a very useful way where you can't easily just build on them. So they're kind of these helper classes for the manager. So I kind of was tempted to call them assistant manager classes, but that seemed not professional, and other people on the team might not have approved. But were it just me, might have called them assistant manager classes. So we want all these buttons. The thing is, I kind of want all these buttons that's weird. Oh, wrong place. What I think I might want. Not sure that I want this, but I might. I might want all of these to do that. Would that be weird? It would be weird. Would it be good? That looks horrible. That's not the right thing at all. Because the graphic is on another. Sure. I can't do that. Actually, why did that work so poorly? It's because of this. It's because our source color is here. So we would have to make our normal color this, and then change this to white. That's kind of weird, though. Why would that not just be the... Probably needs to be that. I mean, there would be no hovers. Some of these other things just are not relevant. Do I like that? Do I like that? I'm suspicious about that URL, I have to say. I trust you, life is yours, but that URL, a little bit suspicious. Do I want to do this? In my heart of hearts, I actually want it to be yellow, but that would be. Problem with this and the way they handle this is it's like so monolithic, it only controls one thing. So it's annoying if you also want to do something like change the text color. It's possible. But not in a convenient way, sort of. So if I wanted to do this, the thing I would do is these are all prefabs, seemingly. Oh, wow. I don't know. I think I might like that. I might like it. What did we break? That was weird. What happened? Oh, shoot. Did I break my... Oh, really? I've ended up with an extra button on all of these. Great. That's annoying. Cool. Pretty weird. Also weird. Lame. So we all need the pager and then just an index, I guess. Not cool. That story. Okay. Maybe? Maybe? They all say ring now. We're doing very well. I didn't do a good job. Drop. Roll. Paid. Line. 8. Ring. What? Binary C, where does that fall in a traditional MVC pattern? Who is the Karen? Controller? Did we bump up this text size at some point and then just blow that away? Because now it seems extra tiny. But maybe... Why do you do this, Unity? Okay. Okay. So is that going to be equally as annoying when I try to switch to the others, or is there just one prefab which will make life easy? Who can say? Oh, these are not a prefab for some reason. Couldn't tell you why. No. Oh. How's that? Okay, seems okay. Okay, I just had to do the portfolio button manually. And then, great. Shouldn't have done it this way. Should have done it in a different way. Okay, so this is this, and you're also this, and you're also this, and you are this, and you are this, and you are this. Portfolio. Wait, but we love MVVM. MVVM is what facilitates the miracle of magical view binding, right? Isn't that the whole thing? Is that what lets you bind your view directly to your model? Is the magical model view? Isn't that what Vue calls it? Yeah, Vue is the view model in MVVM. Well, okay, that's fair. I kind of agree with you that it shouldn't have to exist, but here we are. It does. It does exist. Okay, what else we doing? We got this thing. Kind of don't want to work on this anymore. That was the biggest. That was the biggest broken thing. That fade thing. The second biggest broken thing is randomization on Lime. And I really don't know what to do about that. Randomizing per line is definitely the easy answer. Let's do that. Let's do it. And instead of reintroducing some complex UI, okay, so we basically just want to say There's some sense on this one, if I remember correctly. Yeah, of a step and a voice. And somewhere in our randomize, we have this idea. We have some ability to do that. Look how fancy we got. Oh, it's not a bad algorithm. So, yeah, that was all, I don't know. It's probably more complicated than it needed to be, honestly. So, randomize. We clear it, and then we loop through. And we do our random unoccupied node. Try to draw a line. So this is the deal. So we could just say, anytime you start a stroke, we randomize. And that's probably the easy answer. Yeah, that is a recipe for overzealousness, trying to touch up every single thing, and you just weird blobs everywhere. Sorry, life is yours. Only one dot on the line at a time. Oh yeah, every line has a single playhead. It's kind of a really simple version of ostinato, so I don't really want to get super fancy with it. But yes, it's like you're drawing. Oh, that's bad. We don't have a current stroke yet. We need to do this. Yeah, so the idea is that you're just drawing a path, and then there's always a single playhead on that path. Kind of like this one. This one in particular would benefit from a much fancier version, like a more robust interpretation. This one was better before, I will say. When it lets you kind of pick and have more agency. Guess we could change the probabilities so you get kind of the slower ones. I guess you could also tap to cycle. Tap a note on a line and it will change the tempo of the line or change the voice, or both. I don't hate that. Choose the rate and have multiple. Well, I mean, the whole exercise we're trying to do here is minimize the need for additional inputs. So yeah, you could add a million different things, but I want it to be as simple an interaction as possible. So we just did the randomize. I wouldn't want more than 1 point on a single line because that's kind of not the point of this. If you wanted more happening on a single line, you would just have an increased tempo on that line. So I could see the case for because there's three variables at play, is like the tempo of the line, the voice of the line, and the note of any individual node. And like this is not a piano. Like it's not meant to be a robust authoring tool. But it would be nice to kind of toggle them at least, the way we offer on some of the others. So tapping to change the tempo, like if you tap a node that is part of a line, I could see upping the tempo of that. So what would that actually take? Like we may not even be handling we have a pointer down, we have a pointer up. Pointer up is always an end stroke. So all this really just bubbles up here. Oh. That's supposed to destroy a line. Does that not work? That's weird. That should destroy a line. Why doesn't that? No, there will not be more than one stroke per line, or more than one playhead per line. Definitely not. These are super simple studies. Like this, the point here is not to build complex, like music authoring tools. I'm confused here though. Oh, I see. This is just if you didn't draw enough. So we kind of need a, we don't really have, I don't have a great way to do this. Because that really is just to say, how do we do this? I mean, complexity, it's not bad, like in a different context, like for ostinato doing something like that, like a full application that was meant to let you author music by drawing on a line, maybe more features would be good. But right now I have too many features for the interface that I want. And that's been the hardest part of this whole thing, is keeping the interface as simple as possible, but like giving you some agency to do stuff. And on this one in particular, that's a struggle, because this one was designed to have brushes, basically. Like you would pick a voice, the initial version of this, you pick what voice you wanted and you pick what tempo you wanted, and then you would draw, and you wanted to change, you would change it. And like, I didn't like that additional UI. I mean, that was just a choice we made. It's either we had to like introduce a bunch of UI to be able to pick these things, but I really wanted to avoid buttons up here. Though we kind of ended up with some buttons up there for this one, which I don't like. So we could say now that we added those buttons back, we're just doomed. And actually, though, that kind of gives me an idea. No, that'd be on-off, not for tempo. It's not quite right. It's not quite right. So yeah, we could reintroduce buttons to pick that, and then you would pick it, and then you would draw, but nothing else works like that. And I kind of want the simplest execution. So the question becomes, what happens if I tap one of these while it's running? I think it will just randomize the voice and the tempo. That's what I think will happen. So if you... The problem is we start drawing the moment we do a pointer down. So we kind of want to say pointer up. How am I enforcing that you can't draw? Maybe I'm not. I don't think I knew I could do that. Well, that's a problem. Is it? Is that a problem? Oh boy. I don't like this. I know Life is Yours loves it, but I don't think I want that. I have to worry about sorting order and stuff. I guess I can just always enforce the dots from the top. Pure data. Well, I mean, there's Max MSP in some ways is modernized pure data. It's still Miller S. Puckett. It's the inventor of pure data, right? I mean, that was Miller S. Puckett did that in the 90s, but now, as far as I know, is still like fully. I don't actually know before I say that. I'm gonna say is now focused on. Yeah, I don't actually know what is your primary focus now. Still talks about pure data. When was the last time this website was updated? It's good. It's a good website. I guess, and maybe this is not fair. In my mind, Max MSP is kind of the evolution. The more modern version of pure data. I mean, it's based on the same principles. It just looks a little nicer and costs money, I guess. I've never gotten into Max MSP just because when I've done a project like that, I've just used pure data because pure data is free. Max MSP sure looks nicer. I don't know how much it costs. How much it even cost? It also, the way it integrates with Ableton Live is also interesting, but also not free. Shop. $100 a year. $400. You can just use pure data. Pure data is ugly, but it basically does the same things. Actually, if I wanted to get into you can do digital synthesis with it, but you can do it's hard to describe a little bit because in some ways it's like, oh, it's a visual programming language, but the execution of it is very audio focused. So it can be like very much about synthesis or about like triggering sequencers or whatever. Like whether it's like raw synthesis or granular synthesis or wavetable synthesis or whatever. It's cool. The problem for me is there was a period where I was focused on doing Pure Data stuff, and I have a few projects that are Pure Data oriented. But then if I don't touch it for a few years, it is so specific. I like completely forget how it works. Like, yeah, that's a fair way to put it. But it's like in practice, it is almost every context I see it in is specifically audio. I've used it with like Fermata, Fermata hooks to talk to an Arduino or whatever, but even that larger context was audio based. I feel like if I was going to do stuff like this right this minute, like this is one step away from modular synthesis. And I mean, just in terms of conceptually, like wiring things together. And I feel like there are such cool modular synthesis tools now that I would just use those instead if I wanted something in this realm, I think. Like Bitwig now has... What is their thing called? They have like this patch-based, this kind of thing, which is less about, programming conceptually and a little more modular synthesis conceptually. The people who make AAS, they have a new AAS plugins. They have this new module. I thought about picking this up actually because I really like their plugins. It's really cheap too, especially compared to Bitwig. It's not quite the same. I mean, this very much is styled as like a literal, modular synth rack, whereas Bitwig is a little more, it's not quite as rigidly styled in that way. I've seen super cool stuff done with Bitwig. Maybe I should have gotten it instead of Studio One. I don't know. It's just at this point, it's been a long time since I cared. Like there's almost nothing I would want to do right this minute that I feel like Pure Data would be the right answer for. I mean, for VJing, there's kind of two realms there. There's the VJing realm, which is specifically for, mixing and mashing video, and there's various tools for that. I'm probably very out of date on any name that I would say. Rusalame is a name I remember. I've only played with that stuff a little bit in the past. So like, if it's specifically about like slicing and dicing and mixing video, there's various VJ tools, and then otherwise I would say Touch Designer. I would say in many ways Touch Designer is in some ways like the expansion of Pure Data into broader, because I won't just say visual art, because I feel like people use Touch Designer for audio too to some extent. But I would kind of say Touch Designer is the thing that comes to mind. If you just want some node-based thing to do stuff to video in real time. I don't have a ton of draw to Touch Designer. I guess because I would just feel like I would just make the thing, like just make the thing myself instead of trying to figure out 85 patches, pre-existing patches to hook together to do the thing. But maybe that is unfair thinking. I mean, I would say Unity is the tool I would actually tell you. Like, if you look at the stuff Kijiro does, VJing with Unity, with VFX Graph and Shader Graph, no. This. He does some of the coolest like live stage VAJ visuals stuff that I've seen in recent memory, and he does it basically all either with custom written Unity software or more and more he's been moving into doing things with Shader Graph. And he's built lots of crazy tools and extensions to like add in real-time depth camera from like the iPad LiDAR. I'm not crazy about the watercolor stuff he's been doing lately. It's cool that he pulled it off though. But he makes pretty impressive stuff all in Unity. If I had to do some live visual setup, I would almost certainly do it in Unity. I mean, it's surprising no one. He's been doing this watercolor stuff lately. Not my favorite. It's well done. It's just not my favorite of the stuff he's done, because he's done some really. Man, he's been doing that for a couple of weeks, I guess. His site's awesome to check out, though, especially over the last few years of some of the stuff he does for live performances, and he is next level with kind of any real-time graphic stuff in Unity. He is very impressive. Yeah, I mean, so if you weren't doing Unity, the real-time graphics things, I don't even hear about Cinder anymore. I don't even know if Cinder is a going concern anymore. I haven't heard about Cinder in years. I assume some people still use it, but I never hear about it anymore at all. And there was a time that it was like a thing you heard, but it just, I don't even know if it's actually actively contributed to. Open frameworks, you do still hear about, and studios do still use this, and things still happen in open frameworks. I've done a few things in open frameworks. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but if you just need to like write code to do things with graphics, maybe open frameworks. If I was going to do something today, just fun that wasn't Unity, I maybe would use Raylib, because no one should ever write raw OpenGL because it's a nightmare. So I would maybe just, if I wasn't going to use Unity, but I needed to write something to do computer graphics, I'd probably use Raylib right this minute. Open frameworks or Raylib, but I'm a little more interested in Raylib. And then if I wanted a node-based thing to do that, it would be Touch Designer. Would be my jams, I guess. Would be what I would choose. It's pretty cool. It's free for non-commercial. But it's not quite my jam. Well, a lot of that you can do. What is it? Art Engine. You know, so like machine learning style transfer is becoming a thing for applying a style to a thing in real time. Actually, like Barracuda can do that. Unity Barracuda. But any ML whatever will do it. You can do some fancy style transfer. You just give it some art reference and it will turn your game into whatever reference you give it. So that would be a way to do something. I mean, it's not to me that like the shaders aren't the problem to me with OpenGL. The problem with OpenGL is it just sucks, and it is such a pain to use. It is so painful to use. The shaders, like the shader part, is like, you know, vertex and fragment shaders seem like they were designed by a sane person. You can tell what's going on, but just all of the baggage of getting OpenGL to work, I never want to do it. If I was on the web, I would always choose Three.js instead, and just to handle all the terrible, annoying baggage of OpenGL. Ben, it can't be as bad as OpenGL though, right? It can't be. I'm sure it's bad, but it can't be as bad, right? Some of the stuff like OpenGL, where it's just like, well, does the hardware support this? Who knows? It's an extension, so let me ask, and whatever. Like that whole, everything about it is such a pain. Raylib does a very good job of that, I think, of wrapping it and abstracting it and simplifying it, but keeping things super performant. I haven't actually tried to write anything in raw Vulkan. Maybe I never will. Sad. Well, Ben, just switch to Raylib, write everything, and then it'll run on every possible thing, which kind of blows my mind. I don't know. I didn't realize that Raylib had become. I wonder how much real world use it has. Like, the community investment in it blows my mind. With like all of these are all the language bindings that people have written for it, and all the platforms that it goes to. It kind of blows me away that it has that much community investment without maybe the real world investment. Like, I don't know of many things in the real world in practice that are using this. You could probably still build SDL, okay? SDL 1 or SDL 2? What was I even doing before? This is all Life is Yours' fault. We were trying to figure out, one, if I want to continue letting you do this, because I kind of don't, but maybe we just do. I mean, it's pretty confusing to not know what lines are doing what, and the lines on top of each other is pretty bad. But maybe if we just always said the dots are on top, we wouldn't have to care that much. So that would be one thing to try. That's weird. Oh, that's the whole thing. So stroke gets a playhead, and a playhead is just an SVG image. And that does not give you a... Can I do this? What's that thing? This is weird because it doesn't actually get a sprite renderer, so... What? Didn't there used to be a thing that was like the order... What was that component? There used to be a component you could just throw on a thing. Oh, it's in the canvas. So canvas. Huh. Right, it's not just a sprite. Raylib's pretty fun, but I just don't, the thing I just don't know about it is if it's like, you know, been used at scale, like used for anything serious. What's the thing? Like, how could we force that to be on top no matter what? Is that not just something that you get in layout? I don't think you do. Yeah, that's kind of a, it's like, guess we could force it in a shader or something. I thought you wanted knolling to be web. I mean, I still feel like Three.js is your... It's going to be a web-based thing. Oh, can I give it a canvas group? And force this? No, I thought the canvas group had a sorting order. There is HTML5 Raylib, but it is it's a whole thing. You've got to compile your C++ to WebAssembly, right? Definitely not a... Yeah, so my problem is with the stroke, the playhead lives there. So how could I... I thought there was a... To like force a UI sort... Force an order... I thought there used to be a component for that. I just see people argue on the internet instead of actually talk about the... I thought there was a way to do this. I guess I could put a little Z. I don't really want to do that. It makes it seem easy, but I'm pretty sure you have to go through the whole land of Imscripten, whatever it's called, and WebAssembly to actually get it there. I might be mistaken. Maybe there's a... Maybe there's an easier way. I like this rect transform fun over here. This feels like a thing I once had a solution for. stroke, not line. Yeah, I think there's some minor differences to the code. I think. But it means you've got to build anytime you want to see something, versus Three.js, which would just be a browser refresh. But you could probably set up the pipeline. This is a dumb problem. I kind of don't like that it does this, but I also don't want to spend the time writing the code to enforce that it doesn't do this. So I don't actually have. We spent another. This project just will never leave me alone. Like, it's just a stupid hierarchy problem, and either I thought there was a way that I could force this on top. Otherwise, we just need like a stroke needs to put its corresponding playhead inside some other container, I guess, which is a little annoying because it'd be easier if it just kept track of it itself and was the parent of it. So what do we have to do here? We have to either enforce that it can't happen, which the easiest way is to just say two dots cannot be, once a dot is used, it can never be used again. It's probably the easiest thing to do. And then the fancier thing is to say like, okay, you can use a dot as a root node, but lines can't go over to each other. And that one is a little more, that one's harder to enforce. And it's like you would, I don't know, in the middle of drawing a line, I guess you could just enforce that it's not allowed to go somewhere and you'd have to constantly check every line. Like we could do that, but I don't know. Just don't want to. Or we just leave it and let you, and then just try to figure out a way to draw the dots on top. Definitely the easiest answer feels like you can't start a stroke if there's already something there. And Life User is just going to hate it. But I don't really want to mess with this. It's sort of easier to just say, how do I even know this? Oh, I see. We start a stroke and then we add a node to it. So we don't even pass the node. So how would we... That was annoying. You should already have. Not I, J. Okay. Okay, so that should be identical. If it's broken. That's all right. What? I just didn't save the file. Now I kind of like them stacked up, so I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. The thing is, like, I guess it could be something. Where we have a strokes container, we have a playhead container or something. Container. And then this gets kind of lame. So what do we do? Like when we're created, these should never really just be, these are more like create and destroy kinds of things. We don't pull these, do we? We just instantiate these? Yeah, we just instantiate it. So I think we'll just, I mean, maybe we'll pull them, whatever. Oops. This is silly. Just stick it inside that other container when we start, and then reparent before we destroy. The easiest answer here. Not if we don't do the thing. Okay. That work? Excuse me. Seems to. Cannot set the parent while its new parent is being destroyed. Okay, so we just have to destroy it, I guess. What is the playhead? What is the game object? The like doubling over is really weird. Okay. Seems happy. Seems happy. I don't remember what we're doing now. I don't even know. Well, we wanted to tap. Really, the thing that might be cool is to tap and like visually change the weight. Like, this is not very useful. Okay. What's your problem? You need to be J. Yeah, the like general feedback on this one is not great. Well, Life is Yours just wants this nonsense. And to be clear, it's not multiples on a single line. They're like independent lines. So much. Okay, we did the randomized thing. That was the minimum version of that. Okay, save all this business. I don't know. We didn't exactly. We did randomize per line, so let's call that okay for now. Okay, I don't care that much about the other randomized stuff. Maybe you can click in the middle to cause some other randomized things. I don't know. This is the thing that's actually broken about this one. Anyway, quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. Oh, that's me. We've got this golden hue over here. Those are the orange building next to the beer garden. Beer garden isn't noisy yet. Wonder why. Is it chilly today? People not want to be at the beer garden? 60 degrees? I don't know. Fine with me. They'll probably be annoying later. So, what are we doing? I kind of want to prioritize these to levels of not caring. Kind of amazing how little I care about this project. This is pretty astounding. But we just have to finish it enough to put it on the App Store so I will make tens of dollars a year from it. Like I make from my other apps. Color, I have a higher level note for that. This is super minor. I say minus means not very important. Very minor. Very minor. All right, color confirmation, probably. Not confirmation, conformity? What word do I want? A color conformity pass? I don't even know what randomization problem I was talking about. Who knows? I know, it's a dream. Someday, those tens of dollars with enough hard work, years of toil, could add up to dozens of dollars. Perhaps even scores of dollars. Okay, let's fix this gray thing because that's minor. So I have that like very beta-ish, extremely beta-ish version of Velotic VR on the Oculus store. And I released it one time and I never updated it, and it's their early access section, but for some reason people buy it. Not a lot of people, but some people buy it. Not a lot at all, but enough to be like, well, there's some money. And I changed my bank recently. And so I was trying to change the Oculus store payments so that I would get that money to the bank account I wanted in. And Facebook, shockingly, was not useful or helpful. And their stupid, like, the Oculus management pages, whatever, that stuff just wasn't working. And so I tried to figure it out, and I submitted like tickets to the place that seemed like I was supposed to submit tickets and so on. And they came back with this amazing statement that seemingly I would not be able to get help for the problem to change my bank account unless I made a Facebook account. Like that I would not be able to fix my Oculus payment issue without making a Facebook account. And so I'm already going to ditch Oculus in the nearest future because of this stupid mandate that you use Facebook, but it seems that my choice to depart may be happening sooner than expected because of that asinine choice. How am I supposed to make my tens of dollars from that app? being held hostage. How did I do this? I don't know. Maybe I'll just never make a VR thing ever again. Who knows? Maybe Apple's. So it's 2023, right? When they will start to require you to have a Facebook account. So by 2023, Apple's AR/XR/whatever headset, maybe that will be out. Where did I get this color? That's better. That's what we want, is that. Okay. So maybe that. There's also, HP has some kind of Verve, what is their headset? They actually have some semi-cool headsets in that they have, I think it's this, there's the Reverb G2, but then there's the really fancy one. Maybe that is the fancy one. They have one that has pupil tracking, which is cool, but it also has like general biometrics, like, and maybe that's where it falls more in here, but like heart rate and things like that. I think it's maybe it's this one. It's this one. But this one's kind of nuts because they like also require, you also have to give them a cut of the software. So you can monitor the eyes, you can monitor the pupils, pupillometry, you can monitor the heart rate. I think there's maybe a few other things. But with this setup, my understanding is that you have to like give them a cut of your revenue if you use these fancy features. So it's starting to come up because David is working on some VR, you know, he's been focused on VR in kind of like therapeutic settings and things like that, where it actually would be really useful to have some of this secondary biometric data for as part of the therapy session or the study or whatever. You know, he's kind of looked at a few different avenues, but then suddenly HP can get or HP gets some of your revenue. Oh, well, Binary, you got to like I'm talking about I'm talking about their AR headset. So they're supposedly going to have like a bulky AR VR headset in the next year or two, followed by like, you know, the goggles, the like just glasses of the future. I don't think any of their software demos of their AR tech has been especially good, but what they've been doing foundationally with ARKit and with hardware like their LiDAR setup, I think. So that I think is where all the work has gone. Like ARKit's pretty good. ARKit does some pretty cool stuff, and you know, having LiDAR on consumer devices like the iPad Pro and the iPhone 12 Pro is also pretty amazing. It can do some pretty amazing things. So I think, yeah, right. So I think platform-wise, they're just working on this foundational stuff. But yeah, at the moment, I couldn't name a good AR thing. Like, there almost isn't one. Maybe a handful of games and maybe a handful of utilities, but yeah, they just haven't made a good thing. But maybe they never will, you know, maybe all the good stuff will come from somebody else. Like, it's not like Valve has made a ton of amazing things for VR or even Oculus. Like the platform holders, disappointingly, have not done super well with showcase software. So I don't know. But then there's somebody else. Who is it? Is it No. Somebody else had a wireless. Which one am I thinking of? Kind of crazy to see this list and not see a Vive on it. Somebody else has one. Yeah, well, I mean, I think you'll find a lot of people that will broadly say Apple's software, like Apple's software offerings of the last 4 to 5 years even, has been the worst part of the company. Like iPad OS maybe being the biggest example. I think that they've done some astounding things with hardware. You know, the M2 is astounding. They've accomplished some pretty astounding things business-wise with like software and services. But as far as just software quality, in fact, who is it? Somebody does. There's an Apple journalist who every year does like an Apple report card. 6 colors. Jason Snell. And like gets, you know, luminaries of the Apple pundits and Apple journalists to fill out these report cards every year on how Apple's doing in certain sectors. So it looks like it's not doing so hot in the enterprise in people's opinions. But the I thought there was a more recent one. Or just I guess it's just 2021 must not be out. But you'll very frequently find like, yeah, like pretty easy to see the stuff that isn't so hot. But I feel like most of the complaints you'll see on this, and it's interesting read. Like these are usually pretty interesting to look at. Apple TV is a grade F. Ouch. I thought there was one broken up by category. Yeah, hardware reliability. Like, look at this. Like this downward trend during like so much of this is probably the butterfly keyboards. In fact, I would almost guarantee you that's what this, yeah, right there. Butterfly keyboard finally dead. Like, I would almost say like that's butterfly keyboards and this is the announcement of the M1. Software quality, you know, it's got a B-. Last year was a D+. I think that's generous. It's a little hard, you know, it's weird to say too, since they have 4 platforms now. There's 5, I guess, because there's tvOS, watchOS, iOS, iPadOS, and macOS. Developer relations continues to suck. I'm surprised to see this. I wouldn't give them a B- on software. I'd give them C- maybe. I don't know what is changing people's opinion here. Yeah, people seem fairly happy with iOS 14. I hope so. I hope to see that stuff done well, you know? Like, Google is always so quick to do things and then just like abandons it if it isn't instantly profitable, I guess. Like, and that includes Google Glass, obviously, but also Cardboard, also Daydream. Like, kind of everything Google did in the XR realm, they just said, nah. Yeah, because none of that stuff was very good. So, I don't know. Curious to see. I'm really surprised at this. I think iPad OS alone should drag this down. I guess we'll find out in a couple days what the next stuff is. No, I mean, I continually, that's there are no UX standards. Some things are starting to emerge as standards-ish, but yeah, broadly, like Oculus has done a poor job of leading the charge on that, and Valve has done a poor job. So every project I work on in VR, and then kind of by extension AR, like there's always a question of like what's the way to do this? What is the good UX for this particular thing that people have done repeatedly and should be solved by now, but is not? Like some things have emerged as sort of kind of standards, but not in the way, like Apple has its human interface design guidelines that is incredibly stringent and rigid, so would kind of hope to see some of that come from them. But they're kind of bad at Apple's kind of terrible at a certain kind of at even understanding certain kinds of interactive experiences. Like, Apple just doesn't understand video games, never has. Even when they were accidentally the biggest game store in the world, they just squandered that because they just couldn't understand what a video game is. Is that true? Okay, I need to give Blender another chance because I know I've said this before, but last time I tried Blender, it felt like it was created by someone who had never used a computer before. I don't like this. I don't think this is very good. I don't know what to do about it. I mean, this square is obviously terrible. Should this square just fill up the whole thing? Probably. I don't think this is good, but maybe it's less offensive. Man, that ratio pitter. Don't like it. Don't like it. What are we looking at? Hey. Looks wrong. I would have more faith of someone creating a successor to Pure Data that was better than anything meaningful ever happening to Pure Data. Maybe that's unfortunate, but like it feels like it has not evolved in any way in 10 years, and so it's just hard to believe that it's a little hard for me to believe that there will be meaningful evolution. Maybe that should just get darker. I don't know, maybe this is worse. Maybe it's all worse. That's subtle, but I think it's better than it was before. Just have too many values going on. At least the colors aren't totally wrong now in some cases, but I mean that pink that's not the right color. That's wrong. Those are correct. All right, so we need to fix the combs of roll. There's a rule in all these. I don't know, the teeth might be the wrong color too. Actually, are they? Are those wrong? I think those are okay. Okay. That's okay. Those are okay. These are wrong. I'm a little... That one's a little tricky. Okay, so... I don't remember how it works. Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, but there's other stuff. Like, what do I want? What do I want from Pure Data? Is it just synthesis? Like, I could get that in other places. A lot of other places. The thing that ultimately turned me off from Pure Data probably was lack of portability. Like I played with libpd a little bit, but it just was not easy to, in my experience, it was not easy to integrate into other places in a way that I hoped it would be. And so I found other ways to do that stuff, and in general, the other ways have been fine. Like if I really wanted to do, what would I do right now if I wanted? Like most of what I've done recently hasn't mattered because it's been sampling. Like I've just wanted samples. And so I just like Fluid Synth has been good for that. It's called a synth, but it's really a sampler. And that has mostly done what I wanted. How do you set the colors for these? Oh, it's all these junctions. So dots are fine, sources are fine, it's junctions. Junction. Okay, I have to stop shrinking soon, for real. Let's just be this color. I don't know why that was alphaed out. Let's just be this. Maybe the color was wrong. It was just very close. Yeah, I don't know. I think of something like Blender and something like Pure Data as extremely different. Just different kinds of tools. I mean, like for 3D application, it makes sense to be, you know, it's like, oh, I'm in rigging mode, I'm in modeling mode, I'm in animation mode, I'm whatever. Like that's pretty common. Maya's done that for a long time. But to try to think of doing that in Pure Data, ooh, do I like this? I might like it. I might hate it. I see, those pulse, and that's why they get brighter. Okay, that's why these were half, because they're supposed to pulse. That explains it, I guess. Maybe. Yeah. That's the wrong color. That's a ring. So I don't even know what's what. There's some satellite ring. So those are the orbits, not the projectiles. So the satellites. Okay. So satellite. You want to be that color? And then the center, the target has some kind of thusly. And okay, are these rings actually right? It's a little hard to tell. Especially the insane way that I did this. No, they're definitely different. Eee, lame. That means they're probably wrong in a lot of other places. I used to have swatches to guarantee this. So that means they're definitely wrong in other places. Oh. What? Oh, you. Okay, what color is anything? So the weights all have a color. That is this color. And the strings all have a color. That is this color. So we updated gate, but did we not update? Maybe I did it. Did we fix this color? I think we did. Okay. So then line. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a different mental model. I don't know if I right this second, if I needed, I mean, if I was going to do it in Unity, I'd use Audio Helm because it's pretty good. Like we did some stuff with Audio Helm and it was okay. The web audio API is maybe what I would use in most cases for just like, there's lots of sound that Tone.js was not bad. For just like building routing chains of whatever, like was okay. Tone.js was okay. It does most of the stuff. A lot of stuff you want to do, or that P5, the P5 sound library, Jason, his name is escaping me. P5 sound is just a core library. Jason Siegel. It's pretty good. I needed some like embedded way to do it. Actually, somebody's done this. I'm sure people have. Oh, why is it so expensive? $230. Like, what's the software here? Audiolib? Which Audiolib? Oh, that's this thing. Is AudioLib just a thing? What are you, AudioLib? Does that mean like their own custom audio library, or is there something called AudioLib? If there is something called AudioLib, that's a bad name. I mean, it looks like there's lots of... This audio library funded by... Oh, okay, interesting. So there's just a Teensy audio library. That's cool. Ah, awesome. Maybe I would use this. I sure love Teensies. It does have this design tool. Kind of forgot about that. I didn't realize it was just called... It's a bad name. I mean, it's okay if you call it Teensy Audio Library, but that other person was just calling it Audio Library. I would maybe do... This would be pretty cool. Like you build it like it's software, but then it runs on a Teensy, and it's still software. But it's like, it's still a C++ library. You just build it out here. That's pretty cool. I should get into that. I guess I could use C sound. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like there's a divide for me, I guess, where if the primary focus was audio quality and fidelity, I would be thinking more in terms of hardware anyway, I think. That's pretty cool though. Check that out. I do love Teensies. I do love them. Okay, so what was I just doing? I was trying to fix colors. We fixed those. These look suspect. It's hard to tell. They were wrong. They were so wrong. How could I not have known? Okay. But strokes were okay, right? Where do I set the color of the stroke? Stroke segment. That appears to be correct. Okie dokie. And then seems like roll was maybe also wrong, possibly. I don't know how we did this. Do we change the colors of these, or do we like... Those are the combs. Yeah, we have a... Okay. I'm almost certain we did drop. Still kind of hate these. Kind of hate them. We didn't actually do the thing we were going to do here, where we click one of these to change it, but oh well. Oops. Okay, it's okay. Okie dokie. That kind of seems like a thing. We covered some ground today. I think we did most of the most egregious things. The most upsettingly bad things. Maybe? Who knows? We just gotta get this project out. It's like sometimes a project is like kind of well, at least that didn't show people's names. Why did it open that on that screen, but this on this? Who knows? Where are you? Project 121, interactive, line 1, like folder, add. Okay. Look at all these things we did today. Incredible. I got rid of the cycly stuff, huh? I didn't do that today. Must mean I had some commits that weren't pushed. Okay, Paul. What are we doing, Paul? I don't know. No. Gate. We added the randomization. Oops. What is this doing here? Get out of here. Should have probably made that a or given those a base class. I'm sure everything's actually saved. Chapter button, main page. What do we do to this? Well, that's a weird thing to do. But probably handy to keep around. Not really a great place to put that. I think I was just being a little lazy. Okie dokie. Pushed. That means we need to like do a thing. I don't know. We need another stream. Is there anything here that really matters? I need to do a build and try it and build it on iOS and all this stuff. You know, all this stuff. Should probably add a compressor. But not today. Okay. Binary C, life is yours. Kyle, Axio. I'm forgetting somebody. Ben. I don't know who else we saw today. Who else did we even see today? We haven't seen Draclin for over 700 years. Sad. I miss Draclin. Okay. That's it. That's it for today. Probably won't stream during the week because of, you know, work stuff, but I'll try to stream next weekend and maybe we can like get this out of my life. Me, thanks to me. Thanks, life is yours. Thanks, life is yours for thanking me. Whatever. Anyway, onward. Get this thing out of my life, and where it can just sit on a web page in my portfolio, and that will just be the thing it is forever. Goodbye. Bye.